22.
Hello, chat room. How's everyone doing tonight? Oh my god, we got the twofer.
It's been 4 years.
Since you looked at me.
Oh my god.
Something's angry.
I'm incredibly aggressive. They call me aggressive MufflerMan. Yeah, it's only been a month since Greatest Attorney 1.
We finished in December.
Yeah, we finished it in December.
I judged a regional, and now we're back.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm new here.
Hello, Colors. How are you doing?
Colors.
I have never been in a courtroom on the RedMufflerMan stream. Absolutely never been on trial whatsoever, and especially not for tornado juice. So this will be my first time in a courtroom.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny because I had to, the slurp's killing me. Oh my fucking god. This is cursed. Okay, funnily enough, Colors, I actually lost that courtroom scene because of the fact that I've had to rebuild my OBS.
No evidence! Perfect! He'll never know!
I mean, that entire scene was still recorded. I have the VOD.
No evidence.
I will be deleting the VOD. Colors, pass me that $20 later.
Please don't. Anywho, hello. We have a funny little setup. For those that don't know, Great Ace Attorney 2 is a video game. It is quite the video game because you start Great Ace Attorney 2 not as beautiful little baby boy Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You start off as a mysterious new attorney that I will not be voicing. So this is going to be very interesting. You'll never know who the attorney is. No way, no siree bub. But the person voicing that attorney is in the room with us right now. So it's been like 4 years since the original Great Ace Attorney live dub. A lot's changed. I live in a different state now, so that's fucking wild. But you know what's the same? For the most part, the cast. So you know what? I think we should let the cast introduce themselves. I guess we'll do this in alphabetical order because that's the only sane way to do it here. So Ackle, if you would, feel free to drop an introduction about yourself. Tell the people what they want to know, Piccolo.
You got it. Hello there. I am AKL Trifecta. Casual VTuber, VTubing casually, drummer, game developer, voice actor, and today voice of the judge, right? I'll admit, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
You are the voice of both judges, actually.
The judge eye, if you will.
Yes, the judge of Minotti. Yeah, Judgment Donati! The joke was right there! What the fuck am I doing?
Nah, I am very excited to be back. God, this is still my favorite game in the entire Ace Attorney franchise.
This game is fucking perfect.
I'm so glad we're coming back to peak.
We're so back! All right. Maya, you're up next in the hot seat. Go.
Hi, I'm Mayatsumi. I voice children and apparently murderers, so I'm here.
You know, it just dawned on me, you actually do kind of have that track record. All right, now it is time for the man of the hour, if you would.
Who's the man of the hour?
Oh, he pointed at me. After I was like, how the fuck was that alphabetical order? You skipped like 4 people.
Hi, everyone.
Also known as Senin. I'm the RedMufflerMan R&D department. I guess. I am a TO. I will be at Frosty Faustings for anybody who is going there. I will be at the TO desk there. for part of the time. Yet to be determined what time. That's all I know what to say.
I know what else I can say.
Yeah.
I love you, honey.
Oh my god.
Oh.
All right, Bullet has now muted. Color Brews, you are up. Hello.
Hello! Hi, everyone! I hope you guys know me. I'm Color Brews, blog who draws on the internet, voice actor, print artist, car, shower, and stream singer. And today, I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
So you started off with the word car, and I'm like, is Colors just gonna talk about how they're a car now?
Wait, started off? What do you mean? Did you not hear the rest of the stuff that I said?
No, I know, I realize this, but I'm trying to remember. Oh my god, there's this cartoon that I watched. It was a cartoon or a game of like someone transforming into a fucking car.
That's called Transformers.
No, not Transformers. It was something else. It was something else.
It was some girl guzzling gasoline and
Not
then turning
that
into
one
a car.
either.
No,
Not that one either. Oh my god, it's like very N64 coded, but I cannot remember. I'm gonna think about this. I'm not gonna get it.
I'm gonna plague your mind.
Was it Dr. Robotnik getting into a car? Because that's pretty close.
No, it was not that, unfortunately. All right. Well, while I think about that, Gale.
We're going to the next person.
the winds of change may be a blowing, but things still stay the same. Hi, I'm Gale. I'm a voice actor, and I'll be here for whatever flashback sequences and miscellaneous characters come our way.
Thank you, Gale. All right, Kai, it's been forever. Pop off of that mute and let us know what's up.
Yeah, hey, what's up? My name is Kai, or Cable. I'm an animated voice actor who's resting on his laurels because I haven't done anything in like 2 years.
And now for the new face in the cast, Keith, you're the bone of my sword.
Hello, it is me. Hi, my name is Keith the Dinosaur Boy VA. I'm a voice actor, VTuber, general YouTubist, I suppose. And hi, I'm glad to be here.
YouTube is just beautiful.
YouTube is. Yeah, YouTubist. You know, that's what a person who does YouTube is, right? Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Local Shiro Emiya enjoyer, of course.
Well, yeah, I have stories about that later. We're definitely gonna end up going into that during break. But then, Lana, prosecutor extraordinaire, you are up on deck.
Hi, my name is Lana, or Red Techno Tenor, also known as Zveti Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm a semi-professional Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game player, and I also voice act a lot in a lot of different fan projects. I'm here to take back what is rightfully mine, which is the position as the main character in this game. And I'm also here to enjoy wrestling my demons, which I finally have after going in the hyperbolic time chamber. You see, I'm glad to have waited 1 month for this project to come back, and I'm here.
I can't believe it's been a whole month since Great Ace Attorney 1.
It's only been 1 month.
It's only
Nothing's
been a month.
changed in a month.
It's only been a month, and I've been sick like 3 times.
We went from December to January.
Yeah.
That's all.
Oh my god. And then finally, Valley.
Hi, everyone. I'm Valley. You'll find me as Elusive Valley on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and some other social media. I'm the voice of Eugene Mikotoba today, and also a detective later on. It's been a while since I voice acted, so hopefully I haven't lost all of my chops, but we'll see how that goes.
I mean, Valley, it's just like riding a bicycle, so start pedaling in digital.
I haven't rid a bicycle in 10 years, Nick. This doesn't help me.
Well, you get on the
You put one
bicycle,
foot.
and then you
It
How
sounds like
does
you
one
haven't
get
ridden
on
a
a
bicycle.
bicycle?
Yo, fun
Where do
fact.
I- Where do I sit?
Valley, it's like being tossed back in the Blaze Blue cross tag battle. You'll understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you dare say that to me.
Say
you
that.
know,
What
can't
the
say that
frick
to
is
me.
wrong with you?
Yada yada.
You,
Oh my god.
You do buzzsaw, you cancel into
so
command
mad.
dash, and then you just get the confirm from there. It's that easy.
I'm smad.
What the, smad?
Mad?
He's
All right.
sad and mad.
All right, you know what? It's 6:11. I think it's about time. There's going to be an intro cutscene that plays that is already voiced, and once that cutscene is done playing, is when we will be hopping on in. So I'm gonna be muting myself, and then Bullet will be taking it away, as Bullet is essentially the star tonight. So I think it is time. The first case, episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. And we'll be starting from the opening. Let's go.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream, but I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home. So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer. So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Maya, did you not know?
I haven't played this game. I'm going in all these live dubs blind.
Holy shit, you're dead.
Bro, you're dead too. Shut up.
Welcome to the
I
club.
knew, and I haven't played this game.
All right. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 3.
Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Ah, good. You're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes. Good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you looked as white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Eugene Mikutova, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father.
Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today?
Yes, that's right, miss.
Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication! This whole thing!
Raymond Bonnie, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become rather a little flushed.
Oh, my, it's just that... You look so gallant and dashing.
Sorry?
Gay!
And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful.
Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Huh? Disguise?
Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father.
Father? Is that you, Sasato? No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform! That varsity cap! That varsity cane! That varsity badge! Look at you! Look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University! A male student!
I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start.
But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that?
Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense?
Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
But women are forbidden.
Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer.
Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me?
Of course. You're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve.
No. I have complete faith in you.
Ray.
I feel it in my Kokoro. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
Gay!
Ray. Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes.
I hear the theme now. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing.
Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray. You are managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly.
Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder.
Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer.
That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant! Counsel! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside!
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder?
Hi, Susato!
Oh my god. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. I can still hear you, even now.
August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 1. Scarlet Carlet, thank you for the follow.
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Reconvening.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
They look so good. Fuck.
Gay, 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 gay.
Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready!
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes! I am Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah, no.
It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
His cousin!
That's right, yes. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them!
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys! I won't have you making fun of her!
Her?
Oh,
Please be careful, Ray.
How can I be careful? You're so good!
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may very well affect the future of our empire.
Just like that trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether or not you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Put your hand down.
No.
And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy.
So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
All right, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Oh, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter? Did you forget?
Embario, thank you for the raid. That was such funny timing. I'm losing my mind.
I'm sorry, Father. I was just so distracted by the raid.
Raid?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blink.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear. This is a dismal failure.
Yep. I mean, don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use that button to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with the same button. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Gee.
All right, check the court record with that button. That's where the information I need will be.
Did you press it?
Can I read the first screen?
How do you pronounce
Wait, go back. Go back. I want to read it.
Wait, do you want to read this, or do you want me to click it?
Both.
Okay.
Should I read this first? Oh, okay, got it. The victim, Giselle Brett, female, British. Time of death, 11th of August at around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Page 2, cause of death. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. I need the people too, right? He told us to go to the people in the court record.
It's me.
You.
Yeah,
Yes.
we got Eugene.
Eugene Ah! I was reading them.
Oh, go ahead.
Eugene Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He is an authority in forensic medicine in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father.
Small detail.
Ray Membani, my best friend, who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. She's the defendant in this case.
Thank you for the subshade. God damn it.
Giselle Brett, the victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. Takatsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. I misread his age as 25, and I was like, holy fuck, he's the same age as Giselle Brett, but he looks like that. Damn, he has the Gundam age problem.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Giselle...
Oh, sorry, I need to... Giselle Brett. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure.
Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history?
No, obviously you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of... That's not me talking,
Oops.
apparently.
I thought it was also you, my bad.
I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikutoba.
Vocal transformation!
Sorry about that, I was dissociating for a second. But yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman in our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly.
Indeed, it was. Which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder.
What the fuck is this gun?
A second-year English language student by the name of Ryonosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, hi, chat.
With the help of his roommate, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense.
The correct term is lovers, Your Honor!
And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Josiah Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there.
Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed.
Only the day before.
Did you expect it sooner?
That will do. I'm satisfied the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
The defense has proven that they will not shit and piss themselves.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Auchi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August, in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe?
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotaba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotaba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done! A powerful hatred!
Oh no, Ray. Be careful of what you're saying.
Check. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
I didn't have a motive. I just wanted to kill her, you know?
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about being alone together.
Would you do that with me, Ryotaro?
Later. Membami-san.
Yes, What is it? I mean,
Their dynamic is fucking incredible.
Naruhodo-san.
I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion. That's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. Maybe stop falling for them. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots. The very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I! In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me! It was the young student girl who did it, not I!
No one has proved that yet. It could be you.
What?
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
Bitches sounded a lot like Frieza. He probably did it.
I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now.
Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect and enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yep. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. Oh, a tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within that hut. Oh my god. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print into evidence.
The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record.
As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. You're in check again.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
Can I see the court record? I would like to look at the crime scene photograph, if you please.
I will hold my ellipsis. I will start using the word yokel as Frieza would the word monkey.
We are done.
Man, I really don't want to see Ouchie's third form.
You're really...
Honestly, though.
So over.
This isn't even my full power.
I don't see with just an extended, alien skull.
Did I really just find a way to make both the prosecutors racist?
Damn.
Well...
Are you good?
I will read it. A photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. The wandering zebra, it is a swan, and to the best of my assumption, it is alive. It flaps when she was present in court the previous time, so
Not
I'm
anymore,
assuming
it's not.
it's alive or an animatronic.
It
goose
is
is
alive.
cooked.
I'm assuming that it is flapping as she was dead.
Is it also dead?
No, I think it's alive. It's way funnier if it's alive and
So it's
trying
just
to get
stuck
off of her
there?
hat.
Is it like
The
stapled to
defense
hat?
demands the goose be called as a witness.
I was expecting that.
I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting for this.
Sorry?
Oh, yes. I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago. Here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make a way for the new. Plus L, plus ratio, plus no one asked. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that!
Oh, fuck!
Oh, damn, good DP.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meijin revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Because I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth. You see? You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where's the hope exactly? It looks like a little piece of shit.
I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
Yeah, you tell him.
That's a little piece of shit on his...
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
Oh my god.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please, relax. Call me Soseki, even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes. Yes, of course. I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I would certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
No one will ever know it's me. Do I have something on my face?
Oh, he has a little guy in his head.
He's a little turtle. I love turtles.
His name is Tim.
Tim! Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose this is a disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what the hell is that JoJo poser doing here?
Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With my Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Oh, that's good.
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. It practically threw that paper at me. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Court record, I would like to read this article, please.
Good luck.
I can't read this.
What?
There's so much going on.
Oh my god.
The more you look.
What happens if we
Get down!
can we click on the picture? I wonder, does anybody have anything to say about it?
Can someone click on the clip button on the bottom?
I know, right?
Click on the cat.
Clip.
Professor Mikotoba getting assaulted on fucking camera.
Assaulted. What is this lightning? Man, it's so dramatic. He has like a. Oh, that's a good boy. We need a name for the cat.
Karate chop! Ha! Right here.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Man has
the
his
cat-
Adam's apple in his grasp.
Oh my god. Hang on, can we look at it one more time?
Oh yes.
Just wanna... Okay, got it.
Bet.
I just wanted to make sure that there was actually a lightning bolt in the picture.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words.
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public forum from the vicinity of the beach. Unfortunately, I am at a peak physical fitness at the moment, so, you know, I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Going to scoot over a little bit here.
Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now.
Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Oh, but if only I had! I'd have never seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
I love his heater behind him. I love it.
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. I want to hear the beach episode.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
I didn't mean to laugh. It was such a good delivery. Oh, I'm reading it.
I'm sorry. The witness scene.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a water cow from behind me. A caterwaul from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
This is some toxic Yuri.
Indeed. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The toxic Yuri. The very moment of the toxic Yuri.
Mic check, what's up?
Your mic is on. I was picking up on it.
No, it's not on.
It was.
It's been muted.
Oh.
They doubled up at one point.
That might have been a small bit then. I don't know what happened.
It did double up. I heard myself.
I'm sorry.
What?
Now, if you recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes. That was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
The victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right. The fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved onto the ebonite barrel. Mbami.
RedMufflerMan!
RedMufflerMan.
Get him.
Ah!
The initials of the streamer.
No!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
I will finally convict RedMufflerMan.
Someone call Twitch TOS.
The pen that the victim was found grasping in her hand, it carries the initials RM.
Save me, boy! You'll be a bathtub streamer when I'm done with you.
I will save you, but only after if I can examine the pen in the court record, please.
Okay.
Hey, he started the stream saying he's aggressive, Muffler Man. He's good.
I already read that part.
Oh, we can't actually examine it yet.
You can't examine it yet. I see. Okay.
The tutorial hasn't allowed us to do 3D evidence yet.
True.
Damn.
You cannot stick the pen in your mouth at this moment.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence.
You just need some decisive bitches.
There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense. You may begin your cross-examination now. I cannot hear you with your face in the desk. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo.
Yes, what do you understand?
That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
No, it's on What?
I can almost hear his voice.
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
I'm single?
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise.
Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn the swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer?
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle Tim floating inconspicuously on the surface.
Ah, Timothy.
Timothy.
Timothy, if you will. Mr. Timothy loves the water.
But there was no need for you to blend into the background of this assignment, really, was there?
Shut up, the turtle's cute. If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, so sex on.
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens.
Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da.
Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so.
So Sexon wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for the rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun.
Although, the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself. Which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand.
I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crap aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and unbeetled off hut-wise!
Naruto running.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say, but how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant Rei Menmami-san.
Oh. It would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you'll have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norn curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled out on the sand. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sosek-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion?
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it?
Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved into my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
No. No. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you.
I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me.
You trying to inject something into Sosek-san?
Come over here.
Perhaps
what later? That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe.
So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described?
No! I mean, yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard the scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
Check. Sounds as though the Oh my god. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
Oh.
And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly.
Yes, right. I saw that too.
Stop piggybacking off me.
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your argument is sound, at least.
Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? That's just my personal opinion, of course.
Tim.
Counsel, you will refrain from doing another murder while being on trial for a murder.
Oh no. I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear. You really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even.
A delusion.
The clue is in the delulu. What's important is that we must determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that.
Yes. With evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use that button to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with this button, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes! All right then.
How do you pronounce pictures?
I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember. So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. I would like to present the post-mortem report here. As it says, there is only a single stab wound.
Objection!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Sosek-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, That's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What?
Get to the point here, please, Counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Oh.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And so, Sexon, you claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector have confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes. And?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True.
Then, what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sosek-san saw, in fact, was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be!
Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Oh, shit.
Well, well. This takes me back.
Huh?
Yes. I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
And, my head is quite adequately dressed! In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds. It makes not a jot of difference!
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient ground for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Were you slapping a fan?
I wish I had a fan. I can do that.
I heard like a slap, slap, slap for a second and thought you did. Thought you were.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
Huh? What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research student, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense's counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Forensic medicine primer.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant without an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you just said true, Inspector?
Yes, it is flawless.
Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
What?
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes. It's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato!
Yes!
Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my education immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be all right?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur.
But what if you think really carefully about it first?
But what if you just... little poke, and then you pull it out very slowly like a little pirate in a popper? In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well... thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
Jesus, hold on.
I see you caught whatever Mr. Osanaga had.
You beat me to it.
You both need to mask up in my courtroom.
Yes, Your Excellency. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is...
Clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
Holy fuck!
Yutaro,
She
please.
called her fucking dumb.
Your Honor! The defendant is an idiot!
It's
You know
called
what
having a
fuck-
single brain cell.
Valid.
What do you think about that, Mr. Professor Mikitoba?
I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
Your Honor, I thought it was funny.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. You know, a child could do this. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have not been aware of it.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. Oh my god. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. This is so misogynistic. I hate it here.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh my god.
Holy shit!
Oh my.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
What the fuck?
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about the Y chromosome. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Oh man, Ryonosuke is over party hashtag.
Ryunosuke, what?
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much.
Why am I getting canceled?
Scapegoat.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant.
You don't know her like I know her!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes. Evidence is the only way to convince the court of your arguments, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, You will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes. The Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual.
Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities.
Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
We'll make it 1,001. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too.
Ugh.
I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do.
Yeah, we know this shit.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with this button.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away. Oh, yeah. Let's look at that bad boy. If we take off the pen's lid... Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there. That's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. The details of the fountain pen have been updated in the court record. What's that? There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
I think we're all penned out.
I think we're good here.
Sure.
Oh, we can look at it now. Hooray.
The backside. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Sosek-san, is it, Father?
Oh, thank God, you remember how to read again.
It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes. He became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt. Backside? This is the newspaper from Sosek-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume Medical Research... Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
It's this morning's paper that Sosek-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information?
Come to think of it... There was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
The article has been entered into the court record. Let's read the article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosek Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Acute contraction of pupils, huh? Now, where have I heard that before? I'll forget where we have to present it at. Here.
I was about to say it's here.
This one.
Objection!
No. There is one possibility.
When you slapped the desk, I fucking jumped. Oh, is this what it's like to live with me?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Ha! The yokel is not only... Oh my god.
got too into it.
The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume unit.
Objection! The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
The newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Now, this is the 1500s. News is still accurate. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article, where it says, deadly in tiny quantities, right?
Let's double check that. Yes.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting...
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Objection! This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage! The word poison appears nowhere in this document!
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection! Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the students should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
Immediately throws coffee grounds into Ouchie's face.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But, naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper? Okay, just cut me off then.
The autopsy report.
I'm sorry.
No, that was part of the bit. You're actually good, homie.
Okay, cool.
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea. So please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
Now you're calling me a yokel, you bastard!
Go back to the sticks!
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute constriction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely,
Yes. As a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yes. Eugene Mikotoba.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense's counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know?
The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic.
You have shit on your face.
Where? Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfair.
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault! It's all my fault!
Ray.
Mimbami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew.
I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. And that's when I noticed when some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount, it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was!
The thief. You don't mean...
Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman!
Miss Sale Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison! Poison?
Well, now. Whatever do you mean, me?
And then... she suddenly got to her feet. Before falling to her knees in front of me and... collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what just had happened. And then... a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupil of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it.
In other words, you realized the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body.
On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I'd hope. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time!
Your attempt to hide the truth of what has happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. I'm not mad, just disappointed.
Thank you, Your Excellency!
It's barely perceptible, but I do think The balance had shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived! The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed!
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge!
Objection! You have shit on your face!
Oh, what? Where?
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Loading.
Oh, I have evidence. And it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precipice moment that Membani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No! That's not true! No!
I don't believe it. Ah!
Order! 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 Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break? These yokels are slow of mind and slow of mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cognate photographic print as evidence.
The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. But who took that photograph? I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words.
Wait a minute! I don't understand! How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Let her cook! Ray.
Objection! That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh!
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's command. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, This print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence! You yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses!
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the show train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Aochi in the court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. I think I know. The photograph in question has such a peculiar lightning bolt-shaped thing in the upper corner, doesn't it? Now, where have I seen something like that before? It must have been in that newspaper article about Sosek-san.
I see.
Well, Counsel?
Your Excellency. The burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer.
Damn good slap.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No. You can't possibly. But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could?
However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Oh.
Very well then, Counsel. present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
I present the Sosek Natsume article.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? I'm blocked. What does it say? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happened because I'm so observant.
It's hit sparks, Your Honor.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably? From the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Good gracious.
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes. It's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinarily similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is the result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured is in a news article.
A newspaper. Ah!
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What?
Money Memo!
I see why you were called a raucous England returnee.
Real quick.
That was loud as fuck.
Real quick, Lana. Do you have crisp on?
They can hear me. Don't worry.
No.
Okay, because some of your screams are cutting out a little bit.
I see.
All right, just wanted to let you know.
Is it automatic input sensitivity?
Possibly.
All right, get back to it.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Mini Mamo, I tell you, Mini Mamo! Mo!
So Sexon, what was that? Did you say mini memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Now that he mentions it.
They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
I'm scuppering privacy.
Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo.
So, you're saying that this picture was taken by...
By Many Memo! Yes! By Lord Your Excellency, Esquire!
Officer! Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood.
Meh.
What?
Many Memo!
Oh, the name. Okay, good.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Also, damn, way to call the timing of the break, like almost to the minute.
I'm good at my job.
All right.
Break time.
We're gonna get the music going, and then we're gonna get this break time going.
13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 3.
All right. We got the music going. It's gonna be break time. People can go get their water, do their bodily functions. We will be back. How long of a break? 5-10 minutes? 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes. Go get your waters, expel your waters, kiss your loved ones, do all the things that you need to do, and we will be right back with part 2 of The Blossoming Attorney.
Only 5 more minutes before this recess explodes.
All right, let me find the BRB screen. All right, we did it. BRB gamers. All right. We have expelled all of our bodily fluids. It is time to continue.
I'm so sorry, Sato. I should have told you about the toxin.
Ray.
I understand if your Kokoro is now Brokoro.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No! That's not it at all! I was just scared of my failure coming to light. That's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out.
Oh my god, Rays. That's a weed.
Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you'd stand by me till the last.
I remember.
And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor!
Wait, hold on a second.
No! That's too good for me as well! Drag me through the city streets!
Hang on a second!
Wait, hold on a second.
What?
Crush me, please!
I'm no better, you know.
Oh.
Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Bread's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you.
Susato!
I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer.
Oh, no.
Sorry about the double audio. I'm dumb.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray.
Yes?
Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
Oh, Ray.
Gay.
I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison, son.
Well, now. Whatever do you mean, me?
And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time?
That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't just bring myself to speak up.
It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw as true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now.
The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing it.
I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. What?
Can I check your microphone real quick?
Yeah.
1 second, gamers.
I tilted it, but I can straighten it.
I need to check audio settings. Could you pull up audio settings real quick on Discord?
Yeah.
It swapped to your built-in mic.
Oh.
Okay, no wonder it sounded so different. Okay.
Wait, but I don't see it though.
Hang on.
It's back. I think it got slightly unplugged. Okay.
I'm beating the table too much, clearly.
Obviously.
Is it
All right.
better?
Give me a quick little count to 3.
1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Okay, we're back. We're so back.
Ooh, okay.
All right, let me find where I put the controller. Here it is. All right.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poisons stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
It was all the Englishwoman's doing!
What?
It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction, said to Professor Mokotoba, "Oh,
Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there?"
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, So Sexon knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This mini memo, son. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach?
Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. So Seki-san pointed out that by inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it, anonymously, to the police.
Ah!
Yes. That must be what happened.
Gale?
Gale.
Gale.
Gale. With a floaty.
Gale.
Gale.
I don't think he's here, chat.
Wow, he really is dead.
Shit.
Oh.
I have died. Alright, Kai! It's your time!
Gale's fucking dead. Alright. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once.
It's time to steel ourselves once again, then.
The steel's not here yet.
Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes! Ray has put her faith in me and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom Number 1.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Mbami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
You got a little shit on your...
Did I get it?
I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
What reputation?
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Right-hand mini memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops, so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well.
I'm sorry.
All good. Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people! Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Oh, the readers will lap it up! We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Oh, right then. Let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
All right. Next, what made you become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Yutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's stream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
Now, the readers won't buy that.
Huh?
Witness?
Oh, yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. Oh. What's that? Oh, dry nuggies? Okay. One moment. We got some crispy nuggies. Give me a second, gamers.
Oh, it's been a while since I've heard that. Oh, let's go. Now it's a real live dub stream.
Okay, Keith and colors are new. I'm gonna tell you the code. You call it dry nuggies or crispy nuggies if the stream in chat is like really crackly.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I've known that term for a long time. No worries.
Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Cool.
All right, there you go. Okay, I've been informed of the crispy nuggies. We're good. Okay, continuing on. That's what I call my mini-memoism. I almost clicked because I thought this was a PC game. When I have a controller in my hand, I'm fucking lost.
Mini-memoism.
Ah, yes. I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yeah, right. That was me, Memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words.
A criminal left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen. Gah, it's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core! The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on! The police are just imperial pawns!
Hey, your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
ACAB! ACAB, I say! Huh. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this! They need to know, Piccolo! That's why I decided to sneak after them! To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press!
I don't think you're legally allowed to do... Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Oh, yes! I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Ooh, yeah, pose for me, Judge, like that. Ooh, come down a little further on that robe. Ooh!
Thank you, Memo-san. I am looking forward to this year's installment of Tasteful Judge Picks Week Monthly. Now you will give a formal testimony before the court.
It's called Judgely Fans, just so you know.
Oh. Do I get a cut?
Yeah.
I get a cut, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good. You will state exactly what it is you witnessed during the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The camera never lies.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife Throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Read screens, you say.
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hot walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. 2 girls mano a mano with one knife. It was wild.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime!
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next! That's mini-memoism in a nutshell!
At last. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings for an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Or pathetic excuses.
Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
That's my camera.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Yeah, sure I can. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people! He's painting the journo as a voyeur!
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope. You've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry.
To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many-memoism, it's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was this indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on?
Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
Ah, a sight that vindicated my journo instinct. That's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging! Raging like my journo spirit, Toxic Yuri at its best.
And the argument you mentioned. What was that about, exactly?
You stole it! I didn't steal it, you know, that kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, well, that would have been eggs.
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
But the students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. Wakarimasen, lol.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dark was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I cut on film. Fucking gunshot on the pencil, holy shit.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
The precise moment? I didn't just see it. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. Oops. I hit a button.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut.
I love simple plan.
Perhaps you could use it to explain the court exactly what you witnessed.
Oh, right you are. It's all here in my many memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that was the English woman. Well, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
Ugh.
Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many-memoism is all about.
A plan of the layout of the small beach hut where the victim was found. By the way, Mini-Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's a raison d'etre. Obviously.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in, sweetheart.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Yes, Professor.
I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Mini-Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the affirmation statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of mini-memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer, you see.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
Oh, I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
I was shitting my pants, I'll tell you what. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot.
You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Mm-hmm.
Mini-memoism and humanism don't always agree. Humanism, whatever. And most of the time in those instances, mini-memoism comes out on the top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on!
Surely he's making all of this up. No one would be that pathetic in real life.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
Oh, my bad. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't he?
If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as a judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. I would like, in the court record, to examine that fountain pen one more time. And I would like to look at the end of it, please. That gentleman's armband looks suspiciously similar. Well, we know for certain that this emblem isn't that of Yume University.
The police really ought to have spotted that.
They were obviously convinced of Ray's guilt from the outset. I would like to present this fountain pen.
Objection!
Mini Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
Oh, you're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Mini Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Yeah.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM?
No!
Write in Mini Memo, RM.
I'm just an East Internet micro-celebrity. That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many-memoism is being a pencil user!
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
Horsey horse dung! Bullshit!
Mini Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Josiah Brett in that beach hut?
Objection! Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly! Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way! I deny everything! There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky!
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Huh?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is on the end. I thought you were going to show the other end for a minute. I was going to throw something at you.
I thought he was also going to do the bit.
As well for the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Mini-Memo-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyu News. I knew the Tonkotsu Tribune was better.
Well, like that prosecutor, I have shit on my face.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mini-Memo-san, how do you respond?
No!
Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmful secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
All right then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the white woman.
An interview? With the white woman?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut, obviously. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. Oh, that's a good one.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Oh, come on, I'm just a little guy. Got it. Yes, all right, but on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own! And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Yes, the JoJo posing one.
So, Sexton, hiding something? I keep forgetting to read this. I'm so sorry. The witness's secrets.
All right, so it went a little something like this. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined. So I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness?
Well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true. Yes.
Oh, he did, all right. Oh,
sorry.
All right. Oh, he did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
Well, I'm a yokel now. It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question, I don't deny that. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even.
Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrased it. Minimemoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her.
Yes. That sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that one.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Fuck off. Whew! That told me! So I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that one.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any many memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left. Then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too transparent in this telling photograph. Though, I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure. Honestly, I wish you would hide a little more.
Please, do go ahead, witness. Share more. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
I'm one for oversharing. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it.
Hold it!
And so Sexon remained behind in the hut.
That's right. Yep. Our author friend right here. Was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
Man, don't expose me like that. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that daunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars! They'll be coming for me, surely!
Oh, cry about it!
That's all I could think. I felt as though I were grasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Sosexon. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness! Empty eternity! The end is coming for me, surely!
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please.
And now, we come to the crucial part. Oh, that's when it happened. Staring respectfully.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer-Man?
Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a baby man like you.
He's baby. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead white woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Sosek-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't! She said nothing in response! But...
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will!
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. But remain a fool for a minute, then remain a fool in prison forever!
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the white woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache! Because I'm Japanese!
Oh dear. Sosek-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
But the white woman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer-Man?
Well, yes, alright. She did respond, in a matter of speaking, I suppose.
You have such baby eyes. I love them.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant.
Sosek-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the white woman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned up her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No.
Soseki-san! Why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But, fiddlesticks, I say!
We're not talking about lead characters. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in the Nihongo Jozu you were born with.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no! Not slightly! In a very different direction to where the student girl was standing! To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all!
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it! Unclear! I'm very, very unclear.
Objection! Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubts. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there is no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And, in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No. No!
Oh, the headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers' hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. Who will do an extra edition?
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learnt thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how things unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed.
The white woman was sitting in the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back.
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere, amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
No? To what end, Counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain. who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed the crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Your Excellency, the culprit was standing outside the hut, exactly where I'm pointing right now. Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. And nobody outsides the hut. Order! 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 How many pizzas?
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san, Esquire, that makes no sense at all!
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about! I can swear to that!
Might I suggest a mirror?
Obviously, if the culprit had been seen outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way.
Well, I'm more of a Domino's person myself, so,
And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, Hoka.
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Your Excellency, the first crime scene photo can show you this. Yes, that one.
Thank you.
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
Clean your glasses. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. I'm a little bit stupid, you see. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Your Excellency, it's in the top center of the photograph, the gap in the bamboo reeds.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, You can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
I can't. I can't see any such thing.
I told you to clean your glasses, old man.
You stole my microfiber!
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in Many Memo-san, it could have only been you!
No!
Objection! This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not!
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death,
Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. Touchable.
A stool.
have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was
killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Minimemo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter. Which means that the defendant, Membani-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No. This can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an aberration. I can't accept this. I won't!
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering the... Oh, okay, shit.
Hold it!
Enough.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant.
Where was she stabbed? How she was stabbed? It doesn't matter! I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. You know. After all, this trial already has shown the whole thing hinges on something else!
You are unmuted.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you got it in reverse, I think, for the last time.
Oh, good. It happens. Brace yourself, little man! I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed! Whew! Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison that you were developing was stolen from your laboratory. Is that correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
Oh, I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed?
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by a knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. Check.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Order! 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 But where does that leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water in a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So, somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. Oh, this will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about?
Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Vento, thank you for the 5 gift subs. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you!
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes! Oh, this is prime press fodder, this is!
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
Oh, that's great, that is! Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency! Oh, come down even further, yeah. Like that! Like that! Oh, these are fantastic shots!
Oh. Only beards. That's right, I work multiple sites. Anyway, you claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo, I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Complete innocence.
Oh, yes! I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent! Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? Ah! When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, Oh, it got my goat all right. If the courts weren't gonna punish Brett for what she did, someone would have to see justice done.
So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
Can you blame this miserable country of ours? A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? Ha! That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. Oh. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Ugh. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. Ooh! And suddenly, snap! This journal here's off the hook. It's that easy.
The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is! Logical and true! I'm glad you've all seen the light! The light of many-memoism! Justice at last!
All right, calm down, Luigi.
This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then?
The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil! A cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil! But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice! Put things right for the people! Yes, it was my civic duty! That's what drove me to do it, and I'd do it again!
So, in summary, murderous intentions then.
Whatever you want to call it, the point is... that English woman was a blight! So I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obvious. Okay. Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
Heckle.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Huh. Skill issue.
Do something that evil, and you got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
Skill issue.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what! Ah! The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less.
Right! But the English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Hold it! I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe!
Ray!
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
Yeah, but you do!
I work here.
No, you can't. And you don't work here. You have shit on your face.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Sasato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, great peeping Tom!
Whoa! Take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
Silence! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. Plus, it would be funny. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, fuck it, we ball.
Can't stand this government. They do this for the content.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency! It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean?
Yes, the stolen poison made specifically for Kuzco. I suspected of her being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Ms. Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
But surely it would have been no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since... excuse me. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye! Surely you can understand that!
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question, if you don't mind.
I do mind! Can't you see I'm busy?
That fanfiction can wait. Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this! The entire article! is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Well, Mini Memo-san,
As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. The reporter... Oh.
So, that's what it's all about. You're trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me and arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink!
And I'm sure you say the same about your farts!
They're like flowers. Quite... Nah, look. Whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Ah! Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on the record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung!
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it! Completely reckless! Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the English woman.
Yes, that's it. That's when Mini Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
Why, hello, hello. Thank you for the raid stone. Hope you're doing well.
Go.
Forget which screen is it though. Hang on, I'm gonna look which screen it is.
Alright. Also, hello, Stone Raiders! How are you doing? We're in Great Ace Attorney 2. It's great.
Can you flip through it real quick?
Sure.
Right here. Present one of the poison article. Yes. Well, I can think of one reason.
What? What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did! There could be no question of that! After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, after all, we were told it was a terrible toxin!
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Are you going with this, counsel?
Minimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison.
At which point, Minimemo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't readily be obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable.
In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison. Which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah!
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you. Write in many memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake.
Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable.
As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
But what could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without revealing any signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Crispy Nugs.
Crispy Nugs? Okay.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order! 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 The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Oh, there are a number of yes! I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his topknot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope! Do I still got shit on my face?
Hold it! Ah! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen?
I don't need a counter-argument!
What are you talking about?
This should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it sound all so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here. In my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open. See? I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it, and he used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definite evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? With those kissable lips?
Don't look at me like that, you freak. My point is this. There is one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Your Excellency, this fountain pen.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Lana!
I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck upon a soupcon of stumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
Lana?
Lana? Lana?
Lana?
Lana?
Sorry, my microphone was being weird.
It's all good.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah!
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, Mini Memo-san.
Uh, uh, um,
when you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Or absurdity! That never happened!
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say. That for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minimemo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness! What do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry, huh? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim I sucked up the poison into my pen. That's wild speculation. Nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again!
It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can block that whack-ass mix-up.
No such evidence could possibly exist!
Objection!
Minimemo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember, little man. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well, then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it, then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. The chemical reagent!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini-Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No. You can't. I won't!
Look out, he's Wolverining again.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Whoa! Whoa!
This isn't my fault! Trying to hold its hand over a civilized nation! Bowing to all of these foreign scum! All in the name of justice and righteousness! Many, 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 many...
Sasato, with me!
I'm there!
Oh shit, they're going for the Shield Super!
Flash!
Did I do it right? That was a Sasato takedown, wasn't it?
Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown.
This game.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab. Poison. The devil got a hold of me and I decided to do it. On a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes. That's right.
Answer me one thing, Many-Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Well, I mean, I couldn't buy that shit. Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up.
Then why did the English woman end up dead?
went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation. That's all. As a reporter. A known killer. Enjoying full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. I told her that's what I thought about her. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really? He must know the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you call me?
This country with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave where you came from.
That's when I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes.
You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was!
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Ah! Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have to come into it at all! And yet that puffed-up English woman was gonna sail away into the sunset, a free woman! The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I done my research. I dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
You came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government was gonna let the criminal walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Minimimo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Josiah Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaru Naruhodo.
Oh! Yes! Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo's... Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Huh?
Huh?
No.
Man straight up rage quit.
No, I love the chat. I'm good. Oh my god.
I
Ouchie.
forgot about this.
Ouchie, what do you have there?
Prosecutor Ouchie?
I, Takatsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Aochiism!
Aochiism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Brig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takatsuchi.
Good IQ.
Absolute cinema! Absolute cinema!
Fucking peak.
What are you still doing here?
A moment of silence for the fallen.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Her name is Remember Me!
You just got that?
I'm going to throw myself off of the roof!
Did you just...
Yes!
Yes,
How
Your
many
Excellency.
years have you seen? I'm gonna kill him.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you bisexual at the least.
I'm almost on my way to true lesbianism. Toxic Yao, Toxic Yuri, here I come!
Woo!
Court is adjourned.
August, 2:38 p.m.
Oh.
13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 3. I'll never say that word right, ever.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Susato! Susato! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were dashing in there!
Rei! And Father.
Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no. I think I'm going to cry.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too.
The only reason I'm still here is because of you.
Oh no. I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you.
Susato, don't be so standoffish.
Sorry?
We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind.
Caution to the... What?
I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something.
Right, I see. I'll think about it, Rei.
At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Rei.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not. Of course not.
Of course not.
There it is at last. Rei's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now.
So, I'll never see him again then. Oh, what a terrible shame!
What? What is happening?
So, Sek-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba.
I don't. So dashing. So divine.
See, they agree.
No! Doubly dashing and devilishly divine. I had no idea, Mr. Soto-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhiro-san Esquire's cousin.
About that.
Astounding ace attorney!
Poor Sosek-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sosek-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. I wish I thought of it. Even I had no idea. And I'm the chief of the inspector, police hero, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. My boy Tim.
Timothy.
Timothy.
I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
Of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do.
Inspector Hosonaga was found dead in a ditch 1 week later.
Oh dear.
He got better.
9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes. I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, According to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of Dr. John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters that I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Huh?
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and that you were growing weaker by the day.
What? Where did that news come from?
That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't...
Ah! Let me go!
Ah, what the...
So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor.
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting students? Giselle Brent, you mean?
No, not her! The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago!
What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama! What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England! That he died on that steamship! And that he'll never...
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here.
You have legs?
That's right, and I have hands. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
I was coming to tell you the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene. And it's a good job I came by.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we?
Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, huh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Die 1,000 deaths.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Josiah Brett. About Dr. Wilson. And now, it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. When nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san, Esquires. Could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Osek-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Osek-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in.
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean... the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care! I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says!
Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps this was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
We did it. We did it.
I'm still dead!
Yeah! This truly was our great Ace Attorney 2.
Resolve.
Hey, Susato?
Yes, Ray. What is it?
Can we go and pick my favorite flowers? They're forget-me-nots.
Yes, of course we can.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Kidding me.
God damn it! Ah! All right, I must address the stream.
Do your job, streamer.
I'm gonna do my best. Okay. Apologies for that running slightly over what I wanted, in terms of time budget. Apologies. But, man, I've been wanting to do that shit for 4 fucking years.
You mean a month?
You mean 1 month?
You mean a month?
I've been wanting to do this for 1 fucking month. And
Good save.
straight up, I'm so happy I got to do fucking mini memo because I knew the moment that I got to this case when I first played the game. I'm like, Naruhodo-san's not here. I'm literally in the middle of like the first live dub when I'm playing it. And I'm like, okay, I have got to do many memo because this character's
Frick yeah.
so fucking fun. And like, oh my God, I
brought it, bro.
I completely forgot how nice it was to run one of these types of live dubs again because I've not done it in so fucking long and it's been forever.
Yeah, 1 month is a long time.
Well, 1 month is a long ass time. But I guess real quick, thank you all for watching and hanging out with us for close to 6 hours. And I think the people that I would like to thank most are everyone in call and everyone that was here. Gale was here, but I believe he had D&D that he was doing with his homies, so he could only be here for really the start. But I want to say thank you to this wonderful cast. And I'd like to go down real quick. Ackle, feel free to plug, and then I would like to say something to everyone at the end here.
Sure. Yeah. Again, I'm AKL Trifecta, casual VTuber, VTubing casually, drummer, game developer, voice actor, and today the voice of the judge. You can catch me streaming at twitch.tv /AKL Trifecta, where I do a variety of like JRPGs and stuff. Currently going to be planning to finish up Metaphor on Monday, as well as more Baldur's Gate, and I've been getting sucked into Marvel Rivals. I've done live dubs of my own, and Red's been a guest, as well as many other people here. I've also been voices in that, and that's been super fun. And yeah, man, to say that I've honed my deeper voice register in 1 month, absolutely insane.
I know, right?
Fucking great.
And I just want to say, I never want you to feel pigeonholed in terms of like, I feel like, you know, every Ace Attorney live dub that we've ever been a part of, you've almost always been the judge, right? I never want you to feel pigeonholed, but I want to say I'm looking forward to what happens later in this game.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead,
it's
Ackle,
funny
I'm sorry.
like there was a time where I kind of felt pigeonholed, like not specific, like in multitudes of Ace Attorney live dubs, but then after a while, like I kind of just embrace it because I'm like, shit, you're right. I just gotta fucking go ham. And man, getting to voice Jigoku and eventually the other judge is going to be a very fun time. It's just it's that little bit of difference that I get to put in between the standard Ace Attorney judge, the Seishiro, and then the British judge.
Honestly, I'm just gonna say I fucking love your Seishiro, dude. He's so hearty. I love it, dude. You bring such an energy. Like, I think the big thing I can say is, like, when you are acting as Seishiro, you have such a volume. And volume is in, like the amount of space that you give. Not necessarily the loudness. Like, if you were in a room, it would fill a room with your presence. Like, it's very strong, and I love that.
I am honored. I am glad. I think, again, it's little things and nuances that I've learned of, like, all right, how I know that people are going to recognize the voice because the timbre is generally going to be the same, but what can I do to give this character just a slightly different read? And because Seishiro is more business, you know, a little bit more straight shooting and regal, essentially. But yes, thank you.
And then, Maya, if you would like to plug anything, the floor is yours.
Oh, hey, I'm Maya Tsumi. I voice children, and apparently racist, potentially English women in Nipponese land. Apparently voiced a lot of murderers in the last game. Don't know what I'm gonna voice in this game. We'll leave that up to Nick and Bullet over here. You can catch me here. I'm kind of a little bit in hiatus on my own streams, but when I do stream, I do like to play RPGs, fighters and action games, and some like chill games like farm simulators and stuff like that. And sometimes you will catch me in Color Stream the odd time, and sometimes Crash Stars streams. And yeah, I'll see you guys throughout the year.
And then the one thing I would like to add on, I know you were not super prevalent. When you voice Giselle Brett, you make her so incredibly punchable, and I love that.
Beautiful. I love it.
You have
Thank
such
you
a
very much.
punchable voice for that character, and I fucking love it. It's so good. The amount of pomp and shitheadedness that is there is beautiful. Oh.
That's beautiful. I can't wait to hear it back then. Because whenever I get to hear friends do that sort of thing, I'm like, oh, I love the person providing this voice, but I want to break this person's nose.
Yes! Oh. And we're gonna skip over Bullet for right now. I want to come back to them. So Colors, if you would.
But yeah. Hi, Color Bruce. Did all my shindigs at the beginning, so I'm just gonna skip straight to give me your money. Thank you. And also I have a biscuit. And it was an honor to play as yet another down bad girl. I'm very honored you gave me her. She was super fun. And yeah, you will also catch me on my streams, of course. You'll also hear me voicing a bunch of people on the RedMufflerMan channel. I know you probably not have heard of him, but we do this FGO live dub every now and again. It's pretty cool. Probably should check it out. Yeah. And yeah, it's been an honor. Thank you.
Hey, Colors.
Hiya, ba.
You want to go to a milk bar after this?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Man, I don't even know what to say.
Like,
I always adore the energy that you bring to any role, no matter what. But the fact that any time you and Bullet were talking to one another, that there was just an energy that I could feel, and it was making me so fucking giggly the entire goddamn time. I loved the chemistry that you two were building, and in general, just... Oh my fuck. I love the energy that you bring to Ray. There's a reason why when I was... Because right as I was starting Great Ace Attorney 2, I remember there being a point where I'm like, man, I don't know who to give Ray to. Because, like, we were still quite a bit of ways. You know, it wasn't... We were a month away from starting it. So it had been a while. And I think that was around the time you and I kind of started talking with one another.
Yeah, I think so, actually, yeah.
And I remember at the point when I was seriously starting to think about who to cast for that character, you were literally the first person that came to mind.
Oh, you. Thank you.
So I'm very happy that you did this with us, Colors. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so sweet. What the fuck?
All right, and then next down the list. Hello, Kai. It's been forever.
It's been a long time, my friend. Oh my god.
It's only been a month.
It's been a whole month.
A month is a long time. How many Yu-Gi-Oh! Regionals have you played in that month, Lana?
10.
8. I judged 3.
Nice.
Exactly. You can find me at Cable Art. That's KBULART at pretty much everywhere, mostly Blue Sky and Twitter now. I do art. I am currently making a little short film, so I might be streaming that over on Twitch while I'm making it, alongside some video games and stuff. But yeah.
And I'm going to keep this quick and easy. I loved your Hosonaga the first time you ever did the character. I feel you always try to bring this edge to whatever character you bring in these live dubs, like an edge that makes the character very comedic. I love how into the coughing that you get, and the moment you named the turtle Timothy, I was losing my fucking mind.
Timothy.
Yeah, from Tim to Timothy to Timoshi.
Timoshi.
Very kimochi of you.
Absolutely. No, Hosonaga is a fantastic character. I love playing him.
I'm so sad that he's just not here anymore, dude. This is his last case.
Ah, damn.
Fucking sucks. But it's okay. You will be back, Kai.
All right.
A moment of silence for Hosonaga and his coughing blood.
He actually died. All right,
A moment of silence for that for the turtle, though. Hi, yeah, it's me. Hi. As I said before, I am Keith the Dinosaur Boy VA. I do a lot of I mostly do YouTube. I also of course I also have a Zitter, a Blue Sky, and I don't stream on my own Twitch channel, but I co-host on my friend Seven the Vampire's channel. Yeah, this was fun. This is actually my first live dub at all. So,
really?
Yes, it is, and it is in fact my first live dub at all. So I am very honored to be here. So thank you, Red.
Well, fellow classmate, what I have to say is, Soseki Natsume is probably one of my favorite characters in this goddamn game. And because of the fact that I had to recast him, I was actually in the air for months thinking about who I was going to give this role to. And then I shit you not, after you and I had our journey at Anime Frontier, I was like, man, we're starting this up soon. Who the fuck am I? And then I remembered that you are like, I feel like we're on the same side of a coin in terms of how we approach acting. Our styles are very similar. And like, you have this level of unhinged that matches exactly what I like. And so I was like, I need this. I had to ask you for Soseki. And had you said, I'm sorry I can't make it, you have no idea how fucking sad I was going to be. And then when I heard you on here, the way you were playing with like your highs and lows, where you were either -11 or 11 plus, like, I love that shit, and I love the way you brought it to this fucking character.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, it's been a blast. Thank you.
I am hoping desperately that we get to do this again together.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
All right, Lana.
I waited in the hyperbolic time chamber a long time for this. So you can start with, you can follow me on the Bisky and on the Xer. I just tried to move the not safe for work down, so you know that's what I've been doing the last 5 minutes. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to voice one character, and please check out some of what I do. I'm gonna start doing some streaming again, starting with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and then trying to branch out a little bit more. As well as I'm working on an audio play where I've got a lot of people working on the project coming up. I have I plan on starting to do like lessons and teachings for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, because God knows a lot of people need to learn how to read to play card games. I'm happy to voice one of my favorite characters to voice, and soon you're going to be hearing the return of my favorite character to voice of all time.
And I'm just going to say real quick, despite the fact that he is your favorite character, I fucking love your ouchie so fucking much. You are literally just like Attorney Frieza.
That voice has been like a voice that I've worked on for a very long time. Like I like studied the Pain family. I studied them deep in my mind, and I needed to know what it's like to feel true pain.
Like your ouchie and your Pain in general, like that is essentially what I always hear him as whenever I play these games in my fucking head. It is incredible.
I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you.
All right, and then Valley.
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? You heard me today as Yujin Mikotoba. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch as Elusive Valley, where hopefully I'll try and be more active. But yeah, thanks for having me, guys, and thanks for being patient with me. I was fighting my own battle here behind the microphone as the dove was going on. A pretty bad cold, but thanks for having me, guys.
Understandable. As someone who is currently deaf in his left ear because of an infection, I understand.
Cool.
But I guess just real quick, you have such a timbre that I adore. Like, I want to say very dad-esque, but like, I almost feel like that's just obvious for the character. But like,
I didn't know how else to approach this character but just dad. That's literally the way to approach it for me. So I just did my best with what I got.
No, yeah, and I think just in general, like, You nailed it beat for beat. And I want to say, I'm happy to have you back. I am fucking... It feels weird because I have not spoken with you in ages.
It's only been a month, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're right. For some reason, I keep compressing 1 month and like taking it out in 4 years. I don't know.
Well, it's okay.
Time dilation is fucked up.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I get to reprise my previous role in this great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
You are definitely going to be able to, because
and
I need it.
I promise I'll be healthy for those. So
Dog, just do your best to be healthy. All I
Of
will
course.
say is, at the end of the day, I love your Gregson, but I also fucking adore your Eugene. It just feels so genuine. I think that's 100% the word that I would go for it. It's so close to just how you naturally sound, and like, you are made for that fucking character, in my opinion. I love your delivery for him.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, and then finally, Bullet, I'm going to mute the mic. The floor is yours.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Whatever you want.
Don't pursue me.
Okay.
I will be giving no socials. Stop typing, Maya. God damn. Jesus. I'm not looking at Maya for the rest of the stream. Yeah, like I said before, I kind of just do a lot of miscellaneous things for RedMufflerMan in general, behind the scenes. These range from cast notes for casting calls, mainly for Great Ace Attorney, to case notes that everybody at the cast has to see when they can go take a bathroom break, to actually helping with taxes. Oh my god. Y'all, YouTube creator taxes is such a fucking pain in the ass. And I'm gonna have to make it to the fucking spreadsheet next week. Oh my god. Like I said earlier, I am a TO. I host things. I usually host Gundam. I should say the whole thing, right? Excuse me. Mobile Suit Gundam Extreme Versus Maxi Boost On for the PlayStation 4 Sony Entertainment System. I missed a word in there, but anyway. We will not actually be having Imbon at Frosty Faustings because we are having illegal Gundam at Frosty Faustings. If you know Brett and you're interested in Gundam, you could see him for details. I will be at Frosty Faustings, but I will be bracket running and being at the TO desk. So if you're going, we will see you there. I guess it's worth mentioning that RedMufflerMan and I are engaged. Is that important?
A little bit.
I guess. That's it.
Congratulations.
We're swapping off.
Okay.
All right, first off, the coordination in order to make sure that we were muting and unmuting our mics at the same time felt inhuman, and I cannot believe it worked as well as it fucking did. How did you not know that you were engaged? I didn't really talk about it very much. But, I guess it is now, like, official. But, you're, like, literally the reason I started this for the most part. Not the exact reason, but, like, this project would not be a thing had we not talked about it that day. It was when I was approaching you about doing a live dub, when I was thinking about doing the original trilogy, and I was gonna have you as Maya. Oh. And then what ended up happening was the fan translation of Great Ace Attorney was announced, and then the actual release was announced, and then I planned on doing this close to like day one, and I knew that I had to have you for Susato. Oh. Yeah. You don't remember this?
There's been a lot of things happening in the span of the 1 month.
True, there was a lot that happened in a month, but
I can't believe that you moved twice.
I know.
And we got hit with a derecho and a hurricane, and then we lost power again, all in the span of a month. Amazing.
And then I was diagnosed with PTSD. But, I'm just gonna say, just to keep this short and sweet, I know for a fact that you have been looking forward to this for ages. For the 1 month. That you've been looking forward to this for the 1 month. And you did this perfectly, in my opinion. I am really happy with the way things turned out. With the way that a lot of things have turned out. And I'm happy that we're going to be able to continue this.
Hi.
I just looked down to see Von Zeeks with sunglasses. That's powerful. All right. So, that is all that we have for tonight. I have a raid that I owe. Yes, it was redeemed. So we're gonna raid Shinkensu. I'm gonna take us out of here. So everyone, it's been good. As I will always say, wear a mask, stay hydrated, get vaccinated, and take care, everybody. Feel free to say goodbye, everyone. We're heading out.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Have
Bye,
a good night,
everybody.
everyone.
Bye.
Later, gamers.
Bye.